Good morning, traders. Today is Tuesday, June 14th. My name is Charles, and this is the Pirate Traders live stream. You guys have to forgive me. I'm a little bit out of breath this morning. I'll tell you the story in a second. But first, I just wanted to prep everybody for what I'm looking at here today. To me, what seems like the most likely outcome for today is going to be a form of balance. Some kind of rotation or balance. So I just wanted to quickly start. Man, I'm so out of breath. I just wanted to quickly start with the daily chart to kind of discuss the idea of excess and balance. Excess is when the market is moving a certain direction. Balance is when it's bouncing up and down within a range. And the way we think about it is that excess leads to balance. Now, I wanted to start by showing some scenarios where we had excess that continued for quite a while. So you can see right here, we had like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 days of excess to the downside before we got some balance. Here we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days of excess to the downside before we got some balance. Here we can see another 6 days of excess to the upside before we got some balance. Here's 5 days of excess to the downside before we got some balance. Here's another one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days of excess to the downside before we got some balance. So the fact that we've only got 3 days worth of excess, a trend that has only lasted 3 days, is not really that big of a deal. We could keep trending lower for days and days from here. We've done it over and over again. That being said, let's now take a moment and look at the number of days where we have just 3 days of excess. So here's 3 days of excess that leads to balance. 3 days of excess that leads to balance. This one's 4 days of excess that leads to balance. 3 days of excess that leads to balance. Three days of excess that leads to balance. So you can see it's not uncommon as well for the market to have a trend that only lasts a few days, that only lasts like 3 days. So I'm keeping that in my mind as we open up this morning. The fact that we've had a lot of excess, and we've had it for a few days now. So we are due for some balance at some point. And then I look at what the overnight did last night. And the overnight just traded inside yesterday. Okay, the market is open. So as far as the opening goes this morning, we're inside the previous day's range. So we're expecting chop. The market should grind up and down here for the first few minutes. But anyway, the overnight, it just grind around inside yesterday's range. That is a form of balance. So to my mind, that increases the odds that we'll probably just have a rotational day today where the market looks a lot like the overnight here, where it just rotates around inside yesterday's range. That will provide us with some good signals. Okay, so first and foremost, which end of the overnight range do we test first? The overnight high or the overnight low? If we test either one, do we get to the high from yesterday or the low from yesterday? If not, we're looking at rotation, right? So if the market pushes up here, gets above the overnight high, but can't get to yesterday's high, we're probably just going to rotate sideways. Same thing to the downside. And then we can use yesterday's high and low as potential breakout points when thinking about balance and excess. So if they get above yesterday's high, they're likely to look for excess to the upside. They're likely to look to try to backfill that gap that we left behind. And if they get below yesterday's low, come back and find some resistance, then we know that the downtrend isn't over, right? I pointed out those examples where we got excess for far more than 3 days in a row. So if we're going to get a day where we get continuation lower, the way we will know is first we'll test the overnight low, then we'll push below yesterday's low, come back up and find some resistance. That resistance will be sellable for continuation to the downside, just like support above yesterday's high will be buyable to fill the gap. In between the two, so within yesterday's range, I expect chop. I expect the market to just grind up and down, up and down. And unfortunately, we will probably have to wait until the D period before we get an official cessation signal to look for rotational trades. But I do believe as long as we're within yesterday's range, rotation is the highest probability. Whew. All right. I said all that. Now I can tell you what just happened. So literally seconds before I went to go live to start the stream this morning, my buzzer went off for the door, you know, and I buzzed it, and it was somebody bringing me a package. And so I opened up the door, and I'm standing here waiting for my package to come and waiting for my package to come. And they don't bring it upstairs. So I'm like, oh no, I got to go downstairs and get my package. Those of you that know me know I now live in a 4th floor walk-up. So I was like, okay, I'll just run downstairs real quick and get the package. Bring it up before I start the live stream. So I sprint down the stairs. What is the package? A giant air conditioner that I then had to carry up the stairs 4 flights moments before going live. I am currently soaked in sweat, and that's why I was breathing hard. All right, if you have not yet, please smash that like button. Let's pump the likes. Even though today will probably be a boring rotational day that we just kind of bounce around inside yesterday's range, if I can get 100 likes here on the live stream, we got 135 people. If I can get 100 likes, I'll stick around here for the rest of the day. What do you guys think? Can we pump those likes? Johnny, market internals not so bearish. Yeah, that's just because the overnight was rotational, right? So the overnight opened down here, and then it closed up here. So it was net long, not net short. That's why the internals were bullish, because we opened above where we closed yesterday. But opening inside the previous day's range, in particular, with the overnight having rotated in the previous day's range, the highest probability this morning is chop. Chopsville, USA. And so we'll give the internals a few minutes to start giving us a signal. Good morning, Pavel, Jeremy, R.K. Leon, The Shaw, Cyrus, John Lash, David Glass, Jeff, T. Wark, T. Bay, Novice Trader, Cordman, Blue Shirt, Caffeine, Elliot, Jack, Chitlin with Dylan, Chris B., Arthur, Anita, and Scooball. Welcome, welcome. John Lash, Biden is supposed to talk about the economy at 11, so he'll be talking at noon. Copy that. NQ, exactly the same as the ES. Overnight rotated inside the previous day's range. Oh, no. I'm going to have to restart my software. So same thing. We're just expecting chop first thing in the morning. If they can get below the overnight low, we look to test yesterday's low. Same as the ES. You guys are going to have to bear with me for a minute. It'll take a second for that data to load. I'll just leave the regular candlesticks up for the moment. As the chop continues. 99 likes. Somebody took one away. There it is, reached 100. Looks like we're hanging out all day. Michael says, with the overnight inventory net long, would you say it's likely we shake them out first? No, opening inside the previous day's range, like I said, I just expect chop. No one's going to get squeezed here. It's just going to be a two-sided trade. It's also worth noting that the FOMC notes come out tomorrow. So there might be a lot of bigger players who choose to step aside today. So you got excess in the market leading to a need for balance. You got the overnight showing us balance. And you got the fact that a lot of larger players will probably want to step aside today, waiting for whatever's going to come out tomorrow. A lot of reasons the market could just grind slowly sideways today. So I don't think anybody feels any panic this morning to unload their inventory. Okay, so we got some potential support below, right around the closing price from yesterday, 37.53-ish. Looking for some support there. And of course, if we are able to push below the overnight low, which is at 37.4450, we'll look for new sellers to pile on there, targeting yesterday's low. But my assumption is first we'll find support and get some more chop. Okay, same thing for the NQ here. Looking for support around yesterday's closing price, 11,325. Twerk, T-Work. Yesterday, do you recall if you turned bearish and at what point from rotational? Yeah, I think at the very end of the day, there was a spike lower, a push lower, and I saw it as a breakout of rotation. But when we closed back inside the range, I saw that as just a liquidation break, which actually strengthens the market and would explain why the overnight didn't have to head lower. Jeremy Jones, there's a heavy debate now about 50 or 75 basis point rate hike. The fact that it's being debated means it's priced in. Or it will be by tomorrow anyway. All right, last chance for support here before testing that overnight low, which would be a little bit bearish. Okay, NQ just pushed below its overnight low. So now the idea is if we're just going to rotate inside yesterday's range, we should find support here and start rotating back up. If we continue lower and we test yesterday's low, that is bearish, that we're likely to get continuation to the downside. So what we would look for then is to push lower, come back up and get resistance at yesterday's low. But if we are just going to rotate inside yesterday's range, this should be the area we find support. So it'll be pretty telling what happens here. Okay, testing the halfback for resistance. Again, if we're going to get chop, we should be able to push right through it. There you go. Smells like rotation. Theodore, I picture Jerome Powell standing in front of a whiteboard with columns for 50 and 75, doing pros and cons. Yeah, but the pros and cons are pictures. He's just drawing little pictures. Chirp, can you say a little bit about entries on breakouts? I get the test below, then retrace, then building resistance, then it goes. Is it just a matter of timing pullbacks at that point? I understand POC entries now. How do you deal with breakouts? So I assume you're talking about, because you're bringing up the POC, you're talking about intraday rotational breakouts. So yesterday would be an example of that. Let's expand it out. So you had the market was trending lower in the morning. D period, we got cessation of one time framing, telling us the market wanted to just go sideways from that point. So rotated up, rotated down, up, down, up, down, up, down. L period came down here, almost got to the lows. M period came up. Then it pushed below the low. Okay. So at this point, the way I would normally get stopped out, because I'll be in a rotational trade up in here. So the first thing is I get stopped out of my rotational trade. Then I watch what the market does. When it pushes back up to that D period low, does it get resistance there? If it does, that's the entry for the breakout trade with a tight stop. And you look for the market to make the breakout from there. John Lash, a few months ago, the Federal Reserve is not considering a 75 basis point hike. Now it's a possibility. Almost like they say something won't happen and it does. No, it's just, you got to give the guys some leeway. Like, they have to go based on data. If they thought 50 would be enough, that's what they say. When they realize it's not, they change their mind. They say something else. Believe me, Papa Powell is trying to make as best a decision he can. He's trying to steer the ship as best he can. Michael, I realize I missed the Jim Dalton Summer Intensive by 2 weeks. That's all right. You're here. We're hanging out all day. Where am I going? Nowhere. Ask all the questions that you would ask Jim Dalton. Go for it. Gotta love the smell of chop in the morning. Just chewing up people's orders. Whipsawing them right and left. Jerry, what do you consider a tight stop? Like 4 points? If you're not given a stop at least 4 points, it's going to not have very good probability of working out. But in this Chopsville, I don't even know where you'd put a stop. Daniel says ticks are starting to look bearish to me. No, those look rotational. When they're passing up and down through the zero line, it's a sign that there's not any like clear momentum, right? If there was clear momentum to the downside, they would have gotten resistance when they came back up to the zero line, and they wouldn't have been able to get back above it. That's just rotation. Okay, so we're pushing into some resistance here in these nodes of volume just above the opening price between 72 and say 81. But we do still have 2 weak references that we left behind from yesterday. So remember that those are magnets that will tug on price. So if they can get through this resistance, they should repair the first weak reference and maybe even the second. Kathy Penn, how far should a stop be below a support level? Enough that it won't get filled. I know that seems like a silly thing to say. Well, of course, Charles, that's what I'm asking. How much is enough? It's different. It depends on the volatility of the day. So like, for example, to me, the major areas of support this morning was right here at this node and then right here at this node. Now, some days the market will come down and literally just tag that exactly, and then it'll go back up. But today, obviously, it dipped a good 3 points lower. So sometimes you got to give it some breathing room. One trick that I have found helps a lot of newer traders out. If you find you get stopped out a lot, just start putting your entry where you normally put your stop, and then give yourself a much wider stop, and you'll find the entries fill, but not the stops. T-Wark, what triggers your candles to turn pink? That is the amount of volume. So the one on the left is the amount of volume that is traded within the entire day's range. The one in the middle is the volume within the current 30 minutes. Obviously, we're in the first 30 minutes, so they're identical right now. And so the levels, the dark red, that is the highest 30% of volume. The pink, that is the middle 40%. And the white is the lowest 30% of volume. Luca, how do you determine if the letters are weak? Well, you want any high or low to be at least 2 letters away from any previous reference. So if you come within 1 letter of a previous reference, then it's weak. So for example, if the A period were to push up and stop 1 tick away from this weak L period high, that would make that A period high weak. Whereas if it pushed just 2 ticks above it, then it would be a good high because it's at least 2 letters away from the reference. All right, pushing up into some resistance here. Does the chop continue, or are we heading up to repair that weak L period high? The ticks shall tell the tale. All right, looks like they do have some momentum. So I'm looking for a repair, that weak L period high, 37.83. And then monitoring for continuation higher from there. So I'm looking for it to push 2 ticks above this L period high. And then when it comes back down, does it find support? If so, the next target becomes the weak K period high. Remember, it's not bullish as long as we're still inside this overnight range. It's just price discovery. Chilling with Dylan. Does Window Trader auto-identify weak and poor highs and lows? It does not. But the software that a member of the brigade, Isaac, is working on will automatically point them out. But that is still a work in progress. Theodore says, don't use stops. They're just meant to take your money. I could not disagree more. Stops are the single best thing you can use to protect your money. Michael, is his foundation and application of the market profile course worth it? You're talking about Jim Dalton. I would leave that up to the chat. I never took that one. So you guys could answer that. I took the other one, the advanced nuances one, and I did not find it was worth the money. There was nothing advanced. It was just all the same stuff again. Dave Trader, stops are there to stop you from losing money. The better idea is to learn where to place them. That's what it's all about. If you feel like you're one of those people who you find yourself saying they're hunting for my stop, like every time I put in a stop, the market goes and takes it out, so I shouldn't use stops. If you're thinking like that, I swear to you, it's such a simple fix. Just start putting your entry where you would put your stop. It'll blow your mind how much your trading will improve instantly. All right. Well, failing to repair that weak reference is further signal of rotation here. I still think they're going to head up there and repair it, but no momentum to the upside or the downside. The chop continues. I think we're going to have a boring day here today. POC lined up almost perfectly with the overnight POC. Elliot, market is hell bent on making me lose 4 points on my 1 micro. I don't know if you're making a joke, but yeah, if you're only trading 1 micro, you could give it more than 4 points. All right, looks like we have support. So let's see if we can head up and repair that weak reference. 37.38, or sorry, 37.83. Man, the chop continues. Not that big of a bounce off that support. So it looks like they're heading back down. Didn't bring in enough buyers the last time. Chris, when does Jerome speak? Probably 2 p.m. tomorrow or 2:30. Theodore. Jerome is always speaking in your heart. You must just listen. All right, so can we get some support here? Do we have some buyers stepping in? Once again, around yesterday's closing price. And the chop continues. Support. Peter, Sam, and Lewis, thank you guys so much for joining, for subscribing to the channel. We're happy to have you. If you're new here and you have not subscribed to the channel, now's as good a time as any. Push that little sub button. Little push, push. All right, well, looks like that support is breaking. Has not yet broken, but is breaking. So as always, if we get below that overnight low, the next target is getting to yesterday's low. So we look for resistance and continuation lower. And then if we break yesterday's low, same thing, resistance and continuation lower. If we find support in here, that means we're going to get more chop and head right back up towards the highs. Okay, the low is considered weak because it is the same as the overnight low. So it is in need of repair. Boy, they are not going to make it easy today. So leaving that weak low behind, what I would have assumed was when we pushed back up, we would have instantly gotten resistance and then headed back down to repair it. But we're not. We're getting chop. So that increases the odds in my mind we will find support in here once we do repair it. This market just don't want to go nowhere. Phoenix, your overnight low is off. Off by what? Luca, could we say that the B period high is weak because it's almost exactly at yesterday's POC? Yes, Jim Dalton would consider that weak. I do not. But you could consider it weak just because we came so close to repairing the weak reference from yesterday and didn't. So that's kind of a when what should happens doesn't. We should be able to head back up there and repair that. But I won't call the B period high weak. Okay, so the week low is now repaired. So the question is, do we get support keeping us inside yesterday's range and head back up, or do we head down to yesterday's low? Which would be bearish? My guess is support, but let's wait and see. Phoenix, yeah, I consider everything after 4 p.m. overnight. All right, so with the printing of the C period, we've left behind some single prints here in the B period. Those are likely to get backfilled, but we are now one time framing lower, which is bearish. So we are looking for resistance at the base of those B period single prints, 37.46. Okay, just pulled the POC lower. It's a little bit bearish to see. So you're asking yourself, you're saying, Charles, you said if we don't break yesterday's low, we're just going to get chop. Now you said we're one time framing lower. What do I do? Do I go long or do I go short? I would say be extremely cautious right here. It's 50-50. Could go either way. So either wait to break that low from yesterday, and then you know the market is bearish, looking for continuation lower, or trade with very tight stops. Because finding support in here is bullish for rotation, but one time framing lower is bearish for continuation to the downside. So we've got two mixed signals battling with each other. Scooball says bad taper. Good call. Not good taper at the low. Increasing the odds we need to go down there at least once more. Man, this is the most rotational downtrend I have ever seen in my life. The sellers are getting nothing. So the buyers keep defending here. That is a sign that the market wants to stay in this zone, wants to stay inside yesterday's range. If we can break yesterday's low, if we can get down there below 37.35, we may get a squeeze. We may get a liquidation lower with some of these buyers giving up. But until then, man, this is a tricky one because it is trending lower, but in an awfully rotational way. So all eyes on yesterday's low. Can it hold? All right, so now we got to pour our week low. Okay, the low is repaired. So now here's where the buyers have to step in and pull us back up into yesterday's range. Because if new sellers start to pile on here, if we start to get resistance around this M period low, that is bearish for continuation of the downtrend and the momentum to the downside. Dun, 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 dun. All right, we are getting new sellers here at yesterday's low. That's bearish. Next support, it's not an exact level, but this general area around 37.25. Michael, how can you tell those are new sellers versus buyers exiting? I actually was wrong. It looks like now it was just buyers exiting. It looked like the ticks were continuing to push lower at the moment I said it. But then about 2 seconds later, the buyers stepped in. As Raoul Paul would say, I reserve the right to change my mind the moment I finish speaking. The market-generated information can change in a second. And that's what it did. All right, so it looks like for both indices, as soon as they dipped below yesterday's low, it brought in buyers, not sellers, which is a further sign of rotation. Chirp got a POC trade. Well, that's what you just did was not a rotational trade. The market is trending lower. So you just did a trade against the trend. And it worked out for you this time. But probability-wise, that trade would not work out for you most of the time. It just so happens the market is rotational. And we're at the bottom end of what will likely be a new balancing area. So my guess is now we're probably going to just balance around in here the rest of the day. That was their chance to continue the trend to the downside. And as soon as they got their chance, the buyers were like, nope, we're stepping in. So that tells me that the market makers want to keep the market right where it is today. And I'm looking for rotation. To get bearish once again, they'd have to get back below that low from yesterday. Although I'd be willing to guess we're not heading back down there again. That was our shot. So I'm going to keep the banner for trending lower up until we get cessation of one time framing. However, I have a very good feeling we're going to get it in the D period. Mike, what software am I using? It's called Window Trader. Window Trader spelled without a W at the end. Again, I feel weird having the trending lower banner up right now. I'm just going to switch to the feeling neutral. We haven't officially gotten the signal of rotation, but like I said, I don't think we're trending lower. If we were, we would have gotten continuation below yesterday's low. So I'm front running the official signal, but it feels silly having a red banner up when the market is rotational. I will put it back up if we break that low from yesterday once again. But as I said, I don't think that will happen. Chirp, what would be the signal for rotation? It would be the D period getting above the C period high. Yes, if the C got above the B, that would be the signal, but the likelihood of that happening is very, very limited. It's not common that you test both the initial balance high and low. It does happen, but it's just not common. So the higher probability is, if we're going to get cessation, we got to wait for D period. In 7 minutes. But I think it's safe to say you can take trades towards the POC. Theodore, how do your discretionary banners perform versus the market-generated info banners? I would say the market-generated work better. Generally, if my intuition is sending me a signal that's the opposite of the market-generated information, it's usually the market-generated information that's right. And of course, that's what's happening right now. Market-generated information is saying trend lower, but I'm saying rotation. But me thinks I'm right. Somebody's asking, is this a Ninja Trader chart? It is not. It is Window Trader. But you can get market profile on Ninja Trader. Lamus says, NQ probability of previous higher high and lower low are only 5%. Interesting. Do you mean in general? Oh, you're saying making both a higher high and a lower low? I see what you mean. Michael, what are the rules for these banners? What are the rules for the banners? There are no rules here. We're a bunch of pirates. We just do whatever we want. No, so I always start off the day with this banner here. which just reminds people to go watch the first 5 minutes. Often I explain everything you need to know in the first 5 minutes. I explain outcomes for what will likely happen throughout the day, whether it goes up, down, or sideways in those first 5 minutes. So when you first start the day, that'll be the first banner you see. And if that banner's up, it just means I haven't gotten a signal yet from the market. I'm just waiting. Neutral means I don't know if it's going to go up or down. So I'm just waiting and watching. Feeling bullish means I think it's going to go up. I haven't gotten an official signal yet, but I think it's going to go up. Feeling bearish means I think it's going to go down, but I haven't gotten an official signal yet. Rotational means we have gotten the market-generated signal, which means we started trending and then got cessation of the trend, the end of the trend. That's when the market is officially rotational. Trending is when it is officially trending, which means the market is one time framing. Murderbot means we're in the last 10 minutes of the day. And this one means I have no clue what the market is doing. But right now, I'm just neutral. Michael, yeah. So the banners that say the market is rotational or the market is trending, okay, those are market generated signals. That's not my opinion. That's what the technical signal is telling me. Whereas if it says feeling something, feeling neutral, feeling bullshit, bullish, feeling bullshit, that's just my opinion. That's just like my opinion, man. Chilling with Dylan, the dude abides. You got it. Rocket looks like failing full rotation. No, I think it'll full rotate. I think it'll full rotate all day long. All right, so now that we've printed the D period, the official signal that we are rotational is if we can get that D period high 2 letters above the C period high. That is what we call the cessation of the downtrend. There's also a trade setup we talk about called the donkey trade, where you can take a short to go with the direction of the trend right there at the C period high. That way you're only taking a very low risk. You're only risking a couple of points because you can put your stop exactly 2 ticks above it. So the short is to go with the momentum of the trend, and you're only risking a little tiny bit, which is what makes it worthwhile. The trades don't work out that often, but when they do, they're really good risk reward. Lamus. Bro, do not apologize for your English if it's your fourth language. You're all good, man. Chirp, first hour, do you mean A and B period? Yes, I do. That's what we call the initial balance. All right, so technically the market is still one time framing lower, which is bearish, but I do think we're going to find support here and rotate back up. If you don't want to take that long trade because you don't want to trade against the momentum, against the trend down, that is a perfectly logical idea. Rob, thoughts on the market just being choppy due to the Fed talk tomorrow? Yeah, I talked about this earlier. I think that's part of it, but also it just the market needs a day of balance. So if we zoom back out to the daily, that's the 5-minute, not the daily. You can see we've created a lot of excess to the downside. One big move in one particular direction. That's what we called excess. Excess leads to balance. Often when the market makes a big move like that, it has to spend a few days just kind of rotating around at lower prices so that it can kind of absorb that big move down. Here you can see it on the way up. Big move up, rotating to absorb. Big move up, rotating to absorb. Big move down, rotating to absorb. So on and so forth. So this much excess to the downside could very well lead to balance all on its own. The market needing to spend a few days going sideways down here just because of that. Now, when you take that and you add the fact that we have the FOMC meeting tomorrow, it increases the odds of rotation today. So NQ looking a little bearish here. Not a lot of support below. They got a weak D period low in need of repair. And to repair it, they'd have to get all the way below the B period low. And that's the last support you've got from yesterday's range. It's right there. So if that breaks, we're heading lower. Looking for support. All right, well, more and more, the market-generated information is starting to tell me I'm wrong. It looks like they want to break out to the downside. Getting a continuation of the one-time framing lower. If we were going to rotate back up, it shouldn't be this hard for the ticks to get back above the zero line. So that is a sign we don't have the buyers if we can't get back to zero. Good catch, Scooball. Weak D-low. Lamus, I'm switching to micros. Today's market is just a guessing game. It really is a guessing game. And I feel like all morning, I've just been waiting for it to finally do the thing to give me the signal so I know exactly what to do. And it just won't do the thing. All right. Well, I can't keep denying it. I gotta go with the trend now. We just created a poor low, so that increases the odds of a repair. And a repair of the poor low would be a continuation of the downtrend and get us back below yesterday's range. So things are getting bearish. The buyers don't have it. Okay, looking for resistance here at the overnight low. Man, what a hard day to read. Again, tick should not have been able to get back above the zero line if we had a strong trend to the downside. But they won't fool me again. I'm still looking at the downtrend until we get cessation. I ignored the market-generated information before and got punished for it by missing an opportunity to go short from the D period high down to here. I will not miss the next one. So I am only looking for short trades until we get cessation. Okay, so I know I've been saying it over and over and over again, but the area that we're in right now is very important. If this E period heads down and breaks the lows of the day, it repairs the poor low we left behind in the D period, we will still be one time framing lower, and I would look for continuation down to support around 37.25. But if we can turn around and head back up from here, we may get cessation and just go sideways the rest of the day. And the ticks and the internals are giving us no clue whatsoever which it's going to be. I guess a slightly higher probability of continuation lower because we've had such a hard time staying above the zero line. And it looks like that's where we're going. Going to repair that low. Okay, so we now just pulled the POC lower, which is a little bit bearish to see. We also pulled the value area completely below yesterday's value, which is a sign of a continuation of the downtrend in the market. So that is also bearish. And the market continues to one time frame lower. Chirp, what do you make of the advancers versus decliners being so different today from yesterday? That's a completely different market. Yesterday it was a market that was trending lower, and today it's a rotational market. You're right, though. They are very different from one another. It was a lot more bearish yesterday. Okay, so that's cessation of the downtrend on the NQ. So the assumption now is that the NQ will just be rotational for the rest of the day and stay inside this range. So stay below the A period high and above the C period low. It's a good high, it's a good low, good excess, good taper on both ends. So a bell-shaped curve is in order. Looking to spend a lot of time and bring in a lot of volume right here in the middle of the range where price currently is. So I would say the NQ is going nowhere the rest of the day, just up and down. But the ES is still trending lower and still has a poor low in need of repair. We have not gotten the signal that the downtrend is over on the ES. Xavier, can we take a donkey trade if it fails cessation? 100% you can. 100%. Chirp. So it wouldn't be at the POC. If you were going to take the donkey trade here in the E period, it'd be up at the D period high. It'd be up here. That's actually an example of one where you could take the trade with a loose stop too if you wanted to. Like fill right here. If you get the immediate sell-off, then great. If not, and you get cessation, who cares? Because you know the market's going to go rotational and you're already above the POC. So as long as you're willing to accept some risk in here, I don't know, actually that's a lot of risk. Never mind. Bad risk reward. Forget everything I just said. Jackson, what would get you bearish? We'd have to get below yesterday's low once again. Yeah, Lamus, I'm staying on the public YouTube all day today. Picked a terribly boring day to do it, but I'm here. Screwball, if we repair the poor low and then get back into the range, what would be totally rotational signal? We're going to have to wait for cessation. There's just no two ways about it. As long as they keep each TPO, as long as they keep the high lower than the previous TPO, they still have a higher probability of the market continuing lower. They've certainly had many, many opportunities to get cessation, and they have not done it. So the market is giving us information that it's not done selling. Not yet. On the ES, by the way, not the NQ. NQ is rotational. Daniel, do you care where the POC is for each 30-minute candle? Like if the POCs are lower each period and we start to see bottoming out of the POC could mean something? Yeah. So when the market is trending, you want to see the POC moving with the trend, which it's doing today, right? In the A period, it was up here. B period, it was here. C and D, it was here. And now in the E period, it's here. So it's moving lower with price. And it is true that whenever you get cessation, that'll probably stop moving lower. But it's not any kind of like signal to get you into a trade. It's more just like a confirmation that the market is doing what the one time framing is already telling you it's doing. Harjit, if they get above 37.52 and stay above into yesterday's value area low, it could squeeze everyone shorting near the lows, could blast to 3,800 zone, 37.52. No, I wouldn't say that. I would just say cessation. But that doesn't necessarily mean we're going to blast off. It just means we're going to go sideways inside the range. I honestly don't think we're going anywhere. Unless we break the poor low, we continue to one time frame lower and we break the poor low, I think we're literally just going to grind like this for the rest of the day. And it's just being annoying, making us wait for the official signal that is cessation. But I think it's on its way. I won't front run it again, though. I won't assume cessation. I'll wait till I get it before I enter a trade. Skater, did NQ not one time framing? It did, and it got cessation. The NQ is rotational. So like I said earlier, I expect we're going to spend the rest of the day below the A period high and above the C period low. So I think we're going to stay between 11,447 and 11,267. I think we're just going to grind around in here. So you want to be going short above value, targeting the POC, and long below, targeting the POC. But we have not gotten that signal for the ES yet. Jackson, what is cessation? So right now the market is doing something we call one-time framing lower. So the C period is below the B period, the D period is below the C, the E is below the D, and so on and so forth. As long as the F period stays below the E period, we look for the market to continue to go lower. That's what we call a trend down. And if we print the G period and that stays below the F period, it'll continue to go lower, and so on and so forth. So when is that over? When is the downtrend done going down? When you get one of the time periods above the previous time period by 2 ticks. So that is what we call cessation, when you get 2 ticks above the previous time period. We did it on the NQ, so the NQ is rotational. But we have not on the ES, so the ES is still trending. Coop, that's a whole lot of inside bars. Generally, that means weakness. I don't know that I agree with that. I think a lot of times they say don't short a dull market. That's not me saying don't short this market, just to be clear. We are trending lower with a poor low in need of repair. But I'm just saying that's a phrase that people use. Michael, would a signal on the NQ lead to a signal on the ES? I'm not sure what you mean by signal, but yes, sometimes one thing happening on one market causes something to happen on the other market. So, for example, the NQ is rotational right now, which means the highest probability is it'll stay inside its range for the rest of the day. But if the ES were to start to break that poor low and trend lower, it would pull the NQ lower with it, and then the NQ would break out of rotation to the downside. So they can have an effect on one another, but you don't want to trade them. I am of the firm belief if you're trading the ES, don't watch the NQ, and vice versa. Watch the market you're trading. If the ES is trending down and the NQ is rotational, don't assume you're going to get rotation in the ES. Go with what's happening in the chart you're trading, because sometimes they move together and sometimes they don't. So it's kind of useless to use one as a signal for the other. Chirp trending lower in a rotational way? Yes, sir. It's the most rotational trend I've ever seen in my life. It's ridiculous. Okay, so now we're down here repairing this poor low on the ES, which is bearish. Looking for continuation to the downside. Again, next support is 37.24. In a perfect world, what we'd like to see is the repair of the poor low. Then we push back up and get resistance at yesterday's low. Looking for continuation to the downside. More weak hands buyers trying to hold up this market. Man, this was a terrible day to choose to go live for you guys. Because if you don't normally trade the market profile, you're probably sitting here wondering, what the heck is the point of this? Like, where's the edge? I'm telling you, today is a weird day where nothing is happening the way it should. Just now, breaking that low once again should have brought in new sellers. Nope, instead it brought in buyers to get us above the zero line. Should have found resistance at the overnight low. Nope, pushed right back up through it. This is like one of the toughest days to read I have seen in a very long time. It keeps taking you right to the edge of breaking, of something important happening. About to get cessation over and over and over again, but then it doesn't quite give it to you. About to break out on the low and get continuation lower over and over again, and then it doesn't give it to you. So this is a market I describe as maxpayne.exe, where just none of the signals work, and it's just messing with you all day long. And the best thing to do for me personally on a maxpayne.exe day is just to step back and let the market do its thing. No reason for me to give it money while I'm guessing what it's going to do. So I'm probably going to go quiet here for a little bit and just sit back and watch the market until I have a stronger understanding of what it's doing. Because I've been whipsawed twice now today. And 2 losing trades is when I take a break. Cortman, are there any stats on range per TPO? What do you mean? Like the amount of volatility you normally get in each half an hour period? I would say that's completely random. Based on the individual day. Chirp, tough day to read. I agree. Very tough day. To my mind, there's nothing to do in this market right now other than wait for them to either break that overnight low, come back up and find resistance. And don't get fooled again. Wait for the resistance before assuming they're going to keep taking it lower. So that's, one short I could see, or getting cessation. As long as they're just grinding between the two, I am not touching this. I'm leaving it alone. As to prevent myself from getting overly frustrated, using up all my mental capital, and then missing a great opportunity later in the day, like a liquidation break that finds support. The nice thing about being a retail trader is there's no rule that says you have to be in a trade. If you're getting frustrated with the market, you can just take a break and come back with clear eyes. shitting? Would only make sense if we rally 50 points off this poor low. No, you mean 200 points. It's so poor, it's strong. Nah, man, we know the rules. We know how it goes. Those buyers that keep buying this exact level, they're begging for punishment. They're begging to get liquidated. All right, Lamus, we'll catch you tomorrow. All right, finally repaired that poor low. So now we're looking for resistance at 37.35. Yesterday's low for continuation to the downside. All right, so we're starting to get a bit of a liquidation. Finally squeezing some of these weak hands buyers. Next support around 37.24. Okay, so that was the liquidation. It wasn't very big, and we didn't get any new sellers. So as we begin to pull our way back up into yesterday's range, that increases the odds of a rotation up to the POC. So it's not something I'd be willing to buy, to go long, to get back up there. But I wouldn't be looking to add to a short down here. And if we can make our way back up to the point of control, we would set ourselves up finally to get cessation and then look for rotation. It's all going to depend on this low from yesterday. Is it resistance or not? Taper on the low is acceptable. I would have preferred to have gotten at least 100 contracts down here, but I'm okay with 74. So if we get back up into yesterday's range, there's a chance this could be our low. Okay, so that low is holding as resistance for now. Got to get back up into yesterday's range if we want to get back up to that POC. As of now, the trend remains intact. Fun times. What numbers will be yesterday's range? 37, 35. Above that, you're in the range. Below that, you're not. By the way, this is a great example of a day where one time framing should be trusted. It's one of those things we always say, if they can't make a higher high, then the market will continue to go lower. All day today, it has felt like the market was going to rotate up. But what did it not do? It did not make a higher high. What did it do? Continue to trade lower. This is what you get. This is why you trust the trend, the one time framing. Because it can just keep pushing it lower and lower and lower until it gets that signal, that cessation. Ronald, an old salts trader, told me this morning that he bought a pile of calls because they are going to take the market back up on a pullback over 100 points to 38.30. Well, willing to say those calls are not working out for him. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe as a reaction to the Fed. Jeremy, we could get a nice bounce at the end of the week after the FOMC. Oh, if we're going to get a bounce from the FOMC, it'll happen live. We'll get a 100 plus point move tomorrow. And the market will pick a new direction from there. All right, well, as we push our way back up into the range, again, we were looking for resistance at yesterday's low. So as we're pulling back up into the range, that increases the odds. We're going to get a rotation up. We also print the H period here in about 6 minutes. So I do suspect we're about to get cessation in the H period. And it's more and more beginning to feel like that G period low may be the low of the day. All right, well, I'm trying to draw it out, but the market keeps kind of poking at my levels here. So anyways, you guys know in 1 minute we print that H period. If that H period gets 2 letters above the G, that is the end of the downtrend, and we'll look for the market to go sideways the rest of the day. If that H period stays below the G period high, we'll look for continuation lower. All right, there is the printing of the H period. There is cessation of the downtrend. The market is now rotational. Woo! Boy, they made us wait for that today, didn't they? They made us wait for it. All right, so now that we know the market is rotational, it is pretty high probability that the low of the day is in with the G period low and the high of the day is in with the B period high. So we will look for the market to go sideways inside this range for the rest of the day. The highest probability outcomes will be buying below the point of control. Now, this POC is likely to kind of annoyingly move up and down throughout the day because we've spent so much time in this range. So we will probably pull it back up towards 37.52-ish later on here in the day. But anyways, long story short, you want to be going long below the POC, taking profits at it, going short above the POC, taking profits at it. And the market is likely to just go up and down, up and down, up and down for the rest of the day. For all the reasons I listed first thing this morning. Dav Reeler, how do I get your chart set up? It's called Window Trader. There's a link in the description. It's window spelled without a W at the end, Window Trader. Jackson, what is the point of control now? It's the green set of letters that you see running across right here. So it's currently at 37.47. As I said, I think we'll pull it up to 37.53 once we get up there. Michael, do I need a template for Window Trader? Yeah, there's a lot of them. When you sign up, it basically gives you like a bunch of options, like 10 or so pre-made templates. One of them is called, I think, Blue on Blue. That's what this one is. Also, if you're a member of the brigade, there's a template in the market profile software and settings page. You could just download from there. Okay, so we're starting to push that POC higher now. Like I said, I think we're heading up to where it was in the F period, 37.53. Once it gets there, though, it should stay there for the rest of the day. And then it becomes a good target. Michael, how do you compare Window Trader with Ninja and Sierra? Well, I've never used Ninja or Sierra. I've only ever used Window Trader, so I can't really give a comparison. But from what I understand, basically it's just the most versatile. So all the other ones work fine. You don't have to use Window Trader, but Window Trader gives you the most control to personalize it to exactly whatever you want. So if you don't care about personalization, you could literally use any market profile software. And there are certainly a lot cheaper options than Window Trader. Daniel, Ninja market profile is a joke. I'd be willing to bet it works fine. As long as it shows you how much time you spent at a certain price, so how many TPOs going across, as long as it shows you how much volume traded at each price, the value area high, the value area low, and the point of control, as long as you've got those simple things, you really do have everything you need. It's nice to have all the doodads and bells and whistles, but you don't need them. Okay, so now that we're back at the POC, I think this is probably where they'll keep the POC for the rest of the day. And so we can look to buy below, targeting 37.52.50, and sell above, targeting 32 or 37.52.50. The market is rotational. Daniel, it goes BDEF. You might be able to change that in the settings to start with A. But that is weird that it skips C. RK, yeah, monkey bars. That's a waste of time on Thinkorswim. All right, so as always, we got potential resistance above at the halfback. It's not really a good entry for a short to the POC because we're just a few points above, but it's worth observing how the market reacts there. The best short trades will be when we get above the value area and find resistance there, which is where we're going right now. Looks like NQ could potentially break out to the upside. I would still assume that it's trading inside the overnight range, but watch for a potential breakout there. All right, so looking at the NQ here, they are trying to break it out to the upside. So what we're looking for is, as the market pushes its way above that A period high at about 11,444, when it comes back down, does it find support there? If it does, we can look for continuation to the upside. If it does not find support, so if it just pokes above and pulls right back down into that A and B period range, then we will look for a rotation back to the POC. ES still rotational, looking for resistance. Sorry, guys, stepped away for a second there. H period gave us a nice rotation back to the POC. Once we get to the POC, the two-way auction starts again. So they can push it back up once again, or they can push it lower. Either way, they will be looking for support or resistance to rotate back to that POC, as that is the fairest price to do business. And it will act like a magnet and continue to pull price back to it. Ranjan, Charles, is it too late to get long on the NQ or ES? Would low of the day with a few ticks stop loss for rotational trade being the best entry? Yeah. So, I mean, in a perfect world, I don't know you'll get a chance. But yeah, in a perfect world, this is the best entry for a long down here. Probably you'll find support before that. You got this support in here and this support in here. So probably you'll just bounce and get a rotation from there. But if you can get in all the way down there near the low of the day, that is the best entry for a rotation with the least amount of risk. Stroke said, I was listening to the presenter determining the reversal, and it indeed did reverse. I'm very impressed. Well, you're about to have your mind blown, my friend. See where it says POC and it has that little arrow? Just watch how many times the market comes back to that level over and over again throughout the rest of the day. That will blow your mind. It'll just keep pushing away and coming back. All right, so we're looking for support here in this node for a rotation back up. If it fails, down at 37.34 area. Ticks are starting to get themselves a little bit oversold. So it's a good spot to look for a bounce. James Fulton. What we have here is a failure to communicate. That's a major Payne quote. It's a classic. Sam, do you also track the point of control for volume? Is one better than the other? Ooh, boy, you're weighing into some dangerous territory here in the brigade. There are some opinionated views on that. Personally, I find intraday during rotation, so basically exactly what's happening now, the time point of control is much more reliable than the volume point of control, meaning it will be visited more often. But to be honest, usually by the end of the day, they're in pretty much the same spot. Right? If the market keeps coming back to the time point of control over and over and over again, by the end of the day, that will likely be the area with the most volume as well. But when you're looking at the profiles from day to day, so if, for example, we're looking at an area where, where might the market find resistance as it's pushing up into the previous day's range? Well, the area where the most volume traded is likely to act as resistance. So if I'm talking about from one day's profile to another, the volume is more important. Intraday within the day, it's the time. But there are obviously mixed opinions on that, and to each their own. Michael, I'm sure I just answered this, but between TPOC and VPOC, which one would you say price reverts to more often? I would say, it's both, right? It's really both. But if you're looking for a target for intraday trades on rotation, the time point of control is more reliable. And actually looking at it right now, they are in the exact same place. The TPOC is the VPOC. How do you like them apples? All right, looking for support and a rotation back up. All right, well, the ticks are oversold here, implying they need a bounce, but they are also trending lower. So that means they could potentially break out to the downside. I don't think that's what's going to happen. There we go. Support. So at this point, if you're in the long trade for the rotation back up to the POC, you can start to trail that stop as the market works its way back up into value. Screwball, what if my entry is above price? Well, then you must wait, my friend. Squeeze those butt cheeks real tight and just wait it out. I think you'll be fine. Jerry, looks like your screen is frozen. Not my screen. My screen's on fire. It's bouncing up and down and up and down. Maybe try a quick refresh on your YouTube page. Daniel says buyers still unable to get above the zero line. They're fighting for it. They're trying. They want that sweet, sweet rotation back to the POC. So once again, as we start to work our way into value, we trail that stop on the way up. Chilling with Dylan. Ugh, I'm in long still. Long is where you want to be, baby. Remember, the rotational trades, the best ones, always are the scariest. They're always the hardest ones. They're the ones with the least risk, right? If you got in down here, you took the least amount of risk that you could possibly take. But it felt scary. It felt like it was going to break out to the downside. So the best rotational trades often feel like they're not going to work. And that's actually the best location to get in. So if you find yourself below value and below the POC on a rotational day, long is the best way to be. It just might take some time. Ranjan, how much do I trail stops? I just trail them manually and I use nodes of volume. So if I got a stop below the G period and we push up into value, I then put my stop below that node of volume. If we then push higher, I move my stop up below that node of volume. We push higher again, I move my stop up. Push higher again, move my stop up, and then boom, order fills at the POC. It's not an exact science. And sometimes I get stopped out. Sometimes I move it up too quick and they come down and stop me out. And I'm fine with that. Asterix, how did you know so early that it would be a rotational day? Well, I didn't know. Obviously, it was a guess, right? But it was just a matter of probabilities because of the amount of excess that the market had. So there's something that we call excess and balance. Excess is when the market is moving to a particular location. So when it's kind of like going in a straight line, that's what we call excess in the market. So here's just some really obvious examples of it, right? And excess leads to balance. So let me just zoom in here a little bit and I can show you. So you can see here that when we had this big push up, what did we do afterward? We balanced, right? Big push up, balanced. Big push down, balanced. Push up, balanced. Push down, balanced. Balanced right on top. Pushed up, balanced. Push down, balanced. Push down, balance. So you see, excess leads to balance. Balance leads to excess. It's just a process that the market is constantly going through where it is trying to move in a certain direction and then it's trying to decide if it wants to keep moving in that direction or switch. Now, because I woke up this morning and I looked at this chart, I thought to myself, that's a lot of excess to the downside. Now, does it mean it has to be the end? Does it mean we can't keep going lower? We absolutely can. It will shock you how long the momentum traders can continue to push the market a certain direction. But it felt like we were due for some balance. So that's why I was looking for rotation, right? You then add to that narrative the idea that the FOMC meeting is tomorrow, or the notes are being released from the meeting tomorrow, and that a lot of the bigger players are waiting for that information. That tells you that, first off, with this much excess, we're likely to balance purely because of the excess. Add on top of that the fact that most of the participants will likely be short-term retail traders. That's even further likelihood of balance. You often need leadership to get excess in the market. You need the longer-term players and the shorter-term players in confluence. So that's why if it's going to be mostly shorter-term traders, we're probably just going to pick each other's pockets all day long and take the market nowhere. The more time we spend down here, the more bearish it becomes. We should be able to get a rotation back up to the POC here pretty easily. So the more time we fail to do that, the more likely we're going to break out to the downside. But as of now, the highest probability is still a return to 37.53. Theodore, my POC is at 40. That means you're using the volume point of control. Speaking of points of control, we just pulled ours down to price. So unfortunately, if you are in a long, that is the place to take profits now. Even though I do still believe we're going to push up to 53. I'd take profits now just in case. Theodore, why do I think we're going to push up to 53? I just know. I've watched the market so many times. I just know what it does when it's rotational. It rotates down, it rotates up. The idea that we couldn't get back to the half back is ridiculous. Of course, we're going to head up there sooner or later. It's just a matter of time. Oh, 53, just because that's where the POC was. Right? The POC was up here, and then it popped down to here. And so I said, I think we'll still head up to where the POC was. That's where I got that exact number. But I don't even mean that exact area. I mean this whole area. We'll head back up and rotate up and down, as that's what we do when we are rotational. Dav Reeler, do I trade crude oil? I do not. I only trade the ES and the MES. If you ever want me to take a look at other things, you can ask, but I don't really have any kind of edge I can offer, because my edge on the ES and the MES come from the fact that I stare at the chart all day, every day, and I have just become an expert in how it moves. Whereas when I look at oil or anything else, it looks totally random to me. Rev, I'm learning how to burgle the market on rotational days. Burgle. I don't know if that's the word you were looking for. Oh, you're picking the market's pockets. I see what you mean. Michael, why did I stop trading crypto? Because I could never find a system that was consistently profitable trading crypto. I probably could now if I wanted to switch gears and trade crypto. I could probably come up with a strategy now. But back then when I was doing it, it was like, listen to whatever some guy on YouTube says and go buy what he talks about. It was like I had no idea what I was doing. I will say, though, man, last night I was scanning through some crypto charts of some old ones I haven't looked at in a long time. And boy, is it tempting. So many of them are down like 80% from their all-time high. But then I remind myself they could go down another 80%. But man, it feels like there are some opportunities out there at the moment. Chirp, it feels like December 18th or December 2018. Oh, boy. That's back when I was still in disbelief. And as a matter of fact, if I remember correctly, that was January of 2018. We got like that last altcoin rally. Oh, that reminds me. Somebody had posted in the Discord. I think it was Greg H. Somebody had posted in the Discord like asking advice if they wanted to get into trading crypto. I was going to mention it in the live stream. Yeah, like if you're thinking about trading crypto, my advice is wait for a bull market to start. When it gets into one of those bull markets where it just runs and runs and runs for months, that's when you step in rather than trying to catch the falling knife. Or if you are going to catch the falling knife with very, very small size, slowly step in. Michael, maybe spend some time on crypto just in case we get a big reversal later in the summer. I tell you what, if we get a big reversal later in the summer, then I'll talk about crypto. I'll be a fair weather fan. All right, guys. Well, we should not be having this much of a hard time rotating up. It feels like we're starting to set ourselves up for a liquidation. If they keep poking and poking and poking at these lows, sooner or later they're going to break. So if the buyers want to hold their own here, they got to step in and start pumping. Michael, you'll get crazy followers. Yeah, that's the thing. I don't want those followers, though. I would like the numbers, but I don't want the actual people. As messed up as that sounds. One thing that's nice about people who trade the S&P 500, it doesn't matter what age range they are or where they're at in their learning curve. They tend to be people who take it a little more seriously. As opposed to crypto, which tends to be more of the like to the moon, like they're not real traders. They're just gamblers. Sometimes people like that frustrate me. Amir. Well played. Man, Theodore, it took me a few posts, but I see you, donkey. Gave yourself away. Ish, are we privileged today that you're still alive? The privilege is all mine. Getting to meet some new people, make some new friends. I dig it. Daniel says, yesterday the Murderbot started early, took half my points as I had set a stop loss, not a take profit. So it spiked to the POC and back down before I could put in an order. I hope we don't get it again. We got a while yet to go for the Murderbot. We got another like hour and a half. But yeah, definitely if you're going to be in a trade when that Murderbot kicks in, you want to have those orders in the books, your stop and your take profit. because you don't know where it's going to move, but you know it's going to move quick. All right, so I'm not really interested in buying this area here for a rotation back up, just because we had such a hard time getting back up there to the POC in the J period, and we've been poking away at these lows over and over again. So if I'm going to catch the move back to the POC, it'll be on the way up. I'm not going to buy it down here, just because I'm kind of running out of confidence that we're going to keep rotating. I'm also watching the NQ, how the range is getting tighter and tighter. You can see it's kind of getting squeezed into a tighter and tighter range. That is often what it does right before it breaks one way or the other. So I'm cautious for a break lower. And if I miss a rotational trade, then so be it. Xavier, Murderbot, what is that? I tell you what, I'll explain it to you in an hour and 10 minutes. Stay tuned. Donkey's back in his true identity. Welcome, my friend. Michael, why is there a 9 next to the POC? That's just showing you the number of letters that are running across, the number of TPOs. I don't look at that at all. The idea is just the more that you have, the stronger a magnet it is. Well, here we are again, below value on rotation. Can we get a rotation back up, or are we about to break out to the downside? Ish says, fasten your seatbelts. I assume they're looking for a liquidation break. Got to get below that G period low first. It's still rotational as long as we're above that low. Man, the NQ is a perfect rotational day. With the exception of the one failed breakout to the upside, that is a textbook bell-shaped curve. Ding, ding, ding. The reason I was looking at it was to see if I thought it would lead the ES to a breakout to the downside. But I would say, nope, it's just rotating. So if the ES is going to break out, it will be of its own accord. Okay, we got a poor low now. Normally when we create a poor low, the market pushes away from the poor low, looking for resistance, and then it comes back down to repair it. If it immediately repairs it right away, that is more bearish to see. All right, so the market is attempting to break out to the downside. What we're looking for now is for the market to push back up towards that G period low and see if we get resistance there. All right, we do seem to have new sellers piling on, so this is feeling a little bearish to me. The final thing we need to see is enough volume below that G period low to turn a candle over here on the daily volume profile, to turn one of those candles pink. If we rotate back up into the range without having done that, then it was just a failed breakout. But if they can bring in enough volume to turn a candle pink down here, while those ticks continue to trend below the zero line, we are likely to get further downside continuation. Okay, so with the printing of the L period here, we've left behind some single prints in the K period. That also perfectly sets us up for resistance right at the G period low. So if they're going to continue to break out to the downside, they should find resistance at 37.28. If they start to trade back up into the range, of course, we'll see it as a failed breakout to the downside. But as of now, it is breaking out. Also created a poor low here in the L period, increasing the odds that we'll push away, looking for resistance, then come back and repair that poor low. Ronald's rotation or new low? Well, right now we're making a new low. But we still haven't turned any candles pink. So if they can get back up into the range without having turned any of these candles pink, we can head back up to the POC. But right now it feels like we're getting resistance. Feels like they want to take it lower. Jerry, welcome. How do you know what the POC is? Well, the POC stands for point of control. There's two different ways to measure it. One is based on wherever the market traded the most volume. We call that a VPOC, a volume point of control. The other is where the market spent the most time. We call that a TPOC. So the VPOC is simply whatever level the market traded with the most volume. The time point of control is whatever level the market spent the most time that is closest to the center of the range. So if we spent the same amount of time all in here, whatever is the closest to the center of the range, that's where that POC will be. And of course, on my software, I just read it by this green set of letters right here. Well, the breakout to the downside is confirmed. And this is bearish, guys, because this is a continuation of the larger downtrend in the market. So this is a sign that the excess is not over. We are still trending lower on the daily. Is a bearish. Being that we're in the L period as well, this counts as a spike down. Daniel, NQ is also a few points from trading lower. Yes, sir. NQ testing that low as well. So same as the ES, what you're looking for. Do they push below the C period low? Come back up and find resistance. If so, you can look for continuation to the downside. . All right, so as the NQ is breaking its lows, both markets are beginning to liquidate. Liquidation, liquidation, fear and panic, they're all selling. Short target? I don't have a great target for you to the downside, unfortunately. I mean, obviously there's support around 3,700, but I don't know that we make it that far. It's worth noting that a liquidation break on thin volume like this, it's impossible to guess where it'll find support, but once it does, it can rotate back up very quickly because you're often shaking out weaker hands and bringing in stronger hands. So if you're short, don't fall in love with it. Okay, so on the NQ, you're now looking for resistance around 11,269 when the market pushes back up into it. Rob, but they don't make taller shoes. What did I say to trigger that? I'm sure it's funny. I don't remember. Thank you, Trader X. Appreciate it, brother. Oh, okay, Rob, I get it. Rob, short people got nobody to love. Nah, but then what happens is they develop that Napoleon complex, and then their attitude becomes sexy. Their I can conquer the world attitude. Don't give up on the little guy. Ali, the last 2 to 3 days, we had a gap down with wide POCs, with no single prints. Things to keep in mind. What do you intuit from that? What message does that deliver? Ali, maybe long-term buying, shorts are exhausted. It actually kind of is the opposite, right? Gaps down multiple days where the market gaps lower, and then it has a spike lower at the end of the day, which is what we've had. That is actually a sign of the momentum to the downside. So it is actually a sign of new sellers piling on to take the market lower rather than exhaustion of the sellers. Exhaustion of the sellers is what you get when you get balance, right? So when they push their way all the way down to here, and then we had this little period where the market tried to recover and then couldn't, that's what we consider balance right there. That's how you end a move down, is you balance and then you try to break higher. This one failed, and we got continuation of the downtrend. But that is what longer term buyers stepping in would look like. It would be a slow accumulation. So this right here is just a trend. It is just momentum. Right now, the market is trying to go lower. That's what it's doing. And it would be a combination of squeezing out the longs from in here and new money sellers piling on to get that potent of an effect to the downside. But that's why I started out this morning pointing out these previous examples. We've had days like this before where we've continued to trend lower for, 6, 7, 8 days in a row. And that might be what we're looking at here. There's also a world where the news that comes out for the FOMC is good, and we get like a V-shaped bounce to try to backfill the gaps. But that would be good news pending. All right, well, they just retraced pretty much all of that liquidation. So that is a little bit bullish to see. If they can get back up to the G period low without having turned any of these candles pink, I suspect we'll end the day closer to the POC. But of course, if new sellers pile on, then it's bearish. Phoenix, random ad in the middle of the stream. Oh, because we're on the public stream. Sorry. Thank you for the fraction of a penny I just made off of you. Laura, I'm not sure what that's supposed to mean. All right, here we go. Testing that G period low. Do new sellers pile on, or do we float back up into the range? Going back up into the range would be bullish on the theory that liquidation breaks often squeeze out weak hands traders and bring in stronger hands. So if we can get back up in the range, that would be bullish. If not, bearish. And the M period is here. Okay, so pushing back up into the range increases the odds of a rotation to the POC. All right, well, they cheated and pulled the POC down to price, but that does count as a rotation. So the two-way auction starts again. If you're new to the channel, we like to finish every day in the last half an hour. We put up a little survey asking people where they think the market will close. If you don't mind just picking one of those three answers, above 37.60, between 25 and 60, or below 25. It's completely anonymous. We won't know who you are or what you picked, but it is fun to see the group think of where everyone's head is at. So if you wouldn't mind jumping into the chat and answering that survey, I sure would appreciate it. Got 150 people hanging out. If you haven't smashed the thumbs up button, I'd appreciate that as well. So a quick little tap of the thumbs up, quick little choice on the survey, and you've done your part. You're a good pirate. All right, anyone else? Any last takers? Want to make a guess on the survey? Can't leave it up for too long. Can't make it too easy. But we're right at the POC right now, so where do you think we're going to go from here? Is the market going to close higher, lower, or inside this range? Michael, the POC continuing to move down like this is bearish? Yes, it is. Just the day in general, the fact that value is lower than yesterday is bearish. The fact that we have a lower high and a lower low than yesterday is also bearish. And the POC slowly migrating lower throughout the day is just a confirmation of that. All right, the results are in. 60% of us think we're going to close between 25 and 60. 22% think we're going to trade higher, getting above 60. And only 16% think we're heading lower to get back down below 25. So if you want to inverse the chat, you would want to be short the market. All right, guys. Well, unfortunately, I got to run downstairs and meet a delivery driver, but we are less than 1 minute away from the Murderbot. So I'm just going to zoom out here. If you're new to the channel and you don't know what the Murderbot is, the Murderbot is a set of algorithms that kick in the last 10 minutes of the day and often take the market on a really extreme ride up and down. Often we get a spike at the end of the day, particularly on a day when we are rotational, although I don't think we're going to get that here today. There's the Murderbot. So let's see where the Murderbot takes us. I shall be back in about 2 minutes. All right, just in time for Murderbot 2.0. And what did I miss? It looks like I didn't miss a thing. The first Murderbot was a murder not. So as far as what I'm thinking, where we're leaving ourselves here today at the close, assuming we don't get any kind of crazy move in the next 4 minutes. To me, this is bearish. It is a continuation of the downtrend. I say that because value is completely lower than yesterday. I would expect that in the overnight, just like last night, we'll probably just rotate around inside this range. And then same thing tomorrow morning prior to that FOMC notes coming out at 2 p.m. I have a feeling we'll be rotating around come tomorrow. But if they break lower from that, it is pretty bearish, as that would be a sign the trend is going to continue to the downside. But if they can get above today's high, come tomorrow, if the FOMC comes out and it's bullish and they start pushing higher, they can get above today's high. There's lots of weakness above that's in need of repair. So think about that like little magnets that could pull on price. You've got these weak references from yesterday, the gap. You got the gap from the previous day, and then weak references from the last day that we were up inside the balance area. So basically, whichever way it breaks tomorrow, it could get some continuation. But between now and then, I expect we're just going to kind of bounce around in a tight range. Donkey says he's calling for an open above 3,800. Above 3,800? I don't necessarily see that. It's not impossible, but that seems less likely to me. To do that, the overnight traders would have to break the downtrend in the market. And I'm not sure what would give them the confidence to do that right before the FOMC. Rev, it's my pleasure, man. All right. Well, with that, I shall bid you all farewell. As I've said, You all know where I stand. I think we're probably going to just bounce around in this range till the FOMC tomorrow. And the higher probability as of now, obviously anything can change depending on what they say and how the market reacts to it. But as of now, it would seem the trend to the downside remains intact. And it will shock you how far they can push it. With that, I bid you all farewell, and we'll see you here tomorrow morning. Chirp, enjoy that AC. Well, you all get to enjoy it too, because this is like the AC I'm using right now is like a shitty, cheap one that's super loud, but the one I just got today is like a special, expensive, quiet one. So it should make things a little quieter for you guys. I do this for you, not for me. All right. Have a great day, everyone. We'll see you tomorrow morning.